Okay, so we're picking up from where we left off yesterday. Today I am implementing all of the animation that we've been working on. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hey, CS Media. The locomotion stuff for the most part is just is not using root motion. It's just in place. So I have to kind of tweak the speed of the walks and the runs. The dodges, on the other hand, are on root motion. That's not to say that I think you can use root motion. I just think it definitely takes more compute to use root motion. So I'm limiting it to specific things, the dodge rolls and the attacks. So far, that's what I have root motion on. Okay, so we've got the walk toggle working, which is good. Hey, CS. Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. We switched from Godot over to Unreal because similarly we wanted to kind of get rolling on the game instead of like coding all the other little systems that are going to be required to make the game. You know, some of the stuff is already pre-built in an Unreal, so yeah, it's just there's more work involved. I think Godot, ultimately, if you have the time and the know-how, you can kind of get it to do whatever it is you want. But it's nice to have all the kind of tools pre-built for you in Unreal. Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what engine is. Just making video games is a lot of work, right? So, are you soloing, or do you have a partner, or are you just doing this completely on your own? That's stupid. Nah, you're not crazy. One of those things. It's difficult to rally people behind a project. It's damn near impossible. I was lucky enough that my brother was interested, so but trying to rally buddy like friends and people that I've worked with before, it's very difficult. I've been trying for years to rally people around a short film idea, and no dice. Nobody. I think people just immediately, when they think about the sheer volume of work involved in doing something like this, they shrink at it, right? Because it just feels like a monumental thing. Yeah, same boat. It's partly why I've decided to try to find them my community online, right? Like, I mean, I work in the animation business, so you would think it would be easier for me to find people who are interested or enthusiastic about potentially making their own video game, but no dice, man. Especially because as you get a bit older too, people start having families. They, they target. They're gonna work their own priorities. They don't. There's no interest in doing something that's not gonna net them something within a few months, right? The idea of dedicating yourself to a 3-4 year project is just sort of out of the realm of possibility for some people, especially when you got kids, right? Yep. Yep. It's not always easy to translate your skills from VFX over to gaming as well. It's not a lot easier than most situations, that's for sure. But yeah, it's not easy to make that jump. Mostly because for me, the big issue for me was so I'm working 8 to 10 hours every single day professionally animating, and then I'm supposed to do it. Take a 2-3 hour break, go to the gym, walk the dog, and then come back and then animate more for another 4 hours, right? 3 or 4 hours, right? So it can be a struggle, especially because if you're doing the thing you already want to do. I wonder though if I take like a really, really simple job, like I'm talking like stacking groceries on shelves at the grocery store, if that would free me up more psychologically to take on more animation stuff in my spare time, because I've thought about potentially going out and just getting a retail job or something like that, just to keep my mind I guess less burdened by the creative think at a professional job in VFX or animation, right? So I don't know. Okay, so I need to hook these things up. Okay, so first things first, I need an input. Input action. Let's call it combat. Do I need any trigger there? No. Yeah, that is an old adage, and I understand why, because you can very quickly bleed the fun out of your hobbies if you go professional with it. It makes perfect sense. But I'm again on the same page with you. I don't know what else to do. I'm not good at anything else. So. Okay, maybe I'm being a little harsh. It's not that I'm not good at anything else. It's that I don't want to make money any other way. You know what I mean? Like I like doing this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else I would do to make the kind of money at least that I make. I certainly can't do it going through retail and stuff like that. So I don't know. What was I doing? All right, I need a combat lock. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there's slightly difference for me, like, because I'm working the career that I want. It's just that, it's not very stable right now because we had to deal with, I mean, the pandemic, we did all right. In fact, I would argue that we probably did better than most industries during the pandemic because people if you're stuck at home, you're going to be watching a lot of movies. So they hired the crap. Like all of these studios exploded. They all started hiring like crazy. And then, of course, the pandemic ended. And then immediately after pandemic, we had, I think the they had a writer's strike, another writer's strike. And then an actor's strike. Subsequently, after the writer's strike, we had an actor's strike. And then there was, I don't know if IATSE went on strike, but there was basically everything else besides making the movies, all the stage hands, all those guys, the lighting, craft services, people, all the other parts of a production that is covered by IATSE. And I guess they figured it was their turn to negotiate. So then they decided to start negotiating, which put a hold on a bunch of other productions. I don't think they actually went on strike. I think they actually got what they wanted, but that ended up putting a bunch of productions on hiatus. So my first layoff lasted almost 18 months. And then in total, I've been working for the studio for 4.5 years, and I've only actually worked 2 of those years, sporadically throughout those 4 years, right? So this has been an ongoing issue for a while now. And unfortunately, it's not just the studio that I'm working for, it's every studio in Toronto, well, every studio in Canada, really. I don't know what it's like in the US, but I imagine from what I've read, it seems like it's not dissimilar. So yeah, you know, there's always a caveat. You work your job, the job that you really want, and all of a sudden there's not enough work for it, right? Like that's just so now I'm just trying to get ahead. I'm just trying to find a way to, I don't know, generate an income without having to rely on somebody else or another studio, another company that has to hire me to do this stuff, right? So well, I mean, I think there's always a degree of volatility when you go into arts, anything that is creative or business and creativity, kind of the Venn diagram where they cross over. There's always going to be issues, right? Because at the end of the day, people that are spending money, they want to spend a little amount of money as they can possibly spend to get the maximum value, right? So that is just how it works. So I think what you're doing is probably the correct way. Just build up the skill, build some video games, and then just hopefully you're having fun and doing all this stuff and able to generate some degree of income. I mean, I would temper my expectations, or at least I have tempered my expectations. I would probably give that out as advice, but I don't expect a ton. I just, like I said, I'm hoping that I build a community and start just generating some interest, and hopefully that carries some measure of sales through. But yeah, it's I think what you're doing is right. I just think it's just if you're going to do something creative as well, obviously it's going to take some time to do that, and to learn all the little pieces and get it to a point where you the work you put out looks professional, right? I think that's the thing that I struggle with the most on certainly the programming side, is that making sure what I'm doing is the correct approach, that I'm using a reasonably, I mean, I've done a little bit of programming, so I'm trying to think of what the most optimal route to take and the best ways to work in a way that is going to be modular so that I can be edited later down. I don't code myself into a trap. Yeah, well, that is the nature mostly of just making art for a living. So here's the reason why that happens, is because there's a bit of a misnomer. So that these companies are hiring people and then laying them off. So what's actually happening is they're contracting them, and they're probably ending their contracts before their contract date is completed, because maybe they've got ahead of schedule or they don't need those particular resources anymore. But yes, it typically happens because, you know, if you're in a production, let's say you're working, I can't speak specifically to video game productions, though I imagine it's very similar, because in the middle of a production, sometimes you're going to find that you're understaffed with animators, and you need, like, just you've seen some animations that I've done, like, we require hundreds, if not over 1,000 pieces of animation for this game. And maybe, so what ends up happening is they'll contract in a bunch of artists thinking, oh, we're going to need all these artists. And then, you know, they end up cranking this stuff out and over projecting what is going to be needed. And they find themselves with, you know, in the case of animation, let's say you have on staff 10 animators, but then you brought in an additional 20 to get the work done, right? And then you can't, as a business owner, I can't let 20 animators sit around and do nothing and pay them for it, right? It doesn't make any business sense to do something like that. So I'm sympathetic in that regard, or I'm incredibly, where I just don't give a shit about them. I have no sympathy, is that, you know, if you're going to hire, or sorry, it's more about in the scheduling, right? Like, you know how many animators you have, so you should schedule your production according to what you have, and not what you can potentially bring add to the table after the fact. That's why those people get screwed, right? Is because the producers do not plan well enough, and it's very difficult, right? So I'm not going to crap all over producers because it's a difficult job to sit there and try to project how much money and how much time is going to be required to do something, because not all producers are going to have experience in animation, right? In fact, as a producer, you don't actually need to have hands-on experience in any of the departments that you're going to be hiring or generating or force a team of people for. So you don't actually, what you're hoping to do is hire somebody that knows, and then you have to rely on those people. So, you know, there's a whole hodgepodge of things that goes on in a production that causes these things. So it's never just one thing, but the buck does sort of stop at the producer, because they're the ones ultimately making the hiring decisions and making the financial distribution or budgeting in order to complete the film, or complete the project, because that's what a producer does. And yeah, difficult. It's I think good producers are probably are more difficult to find than really good artists. That's for sure, right? Because a producer that has actual experience is far more valuable than one that experience in certain aspects of production, right? Like compositing or something like that, or VFX or animation. They have some background in it. It adds a lot more credibility to the budget, to their budgeting. But I have found almost in every production, every producer blows the budget. CS Media, are you in school right now, or are you currently working? What are you doing as your day to day right now? Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, totally. I would start coding your game if you're working in Unreal right now. It takes a bit to learn Unreal, but it's not too bad. The blueprints is more intuitive than you would think immediately. It looks super confusing because it looks like a spider web, but it's actually fairly straightforward. Is that what I wanted to do here? So what made you? So what originally made you consider Godot if you had kind of already started exploring Unreal? So what kind of game are you thinking about making, if you don't mind me asking? Nice, dude. So you're thinking more like along the lines of Oblivion, like a more action-oriented version of like Oblivion or Skyrim, that kind of. Oh, I do have a print. Why couldn't I see that? Oh, cool. So you're gonna so you're gonna lean heavily and more into the towards the action. Eh? It's actually a really cool game. I think it was made in Godot. Let me check. Maybe it was Unity. It was a cool game. I can't remember. I think it was built. I can't remember if it was built in Unreal. I think it was built in Godot. It was either Godot or Unity. It wasn't Unreal. But basically, you get powered up for every guy that you kill inside the dungeon. You get powered up, and so the idea is to. It's very movement based, so you kind of like you jump and you move really quickly through the level. You can wall run and stuff like that. And you basically get powered up by killing the bad guys. I just can't remember what the name of the game is called. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the game. I don't know. If you check out Thomas Brush's YouTube channel, he's got there's an interview with him. I can't remember the guy's name though, and I can't remember the name of it. Ultra Kill. No, it has the word blood in the title. Blood, and there's a lot of games with the word blood in the title. So, unfortunately, I'm trying to kind of run through the list right now, and I can't see. Blood Rush? No, it's not Blood Rush. But it has that vibe. It's like a speedrun kind of game. It has speedrun vibes. You basically kill guys. You have like really cool ways to kill them. I just can't remember the name of the game. If I find it, I'll post it. It's an indie game though. I can't remember if it was built in Godot or Unity. I think it was done in Godot, but I could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, I've been into the slower combat myself lately. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or maybe I'm just getting bored of high high octane, fast paced action games. Sometimes I feel more rewarded as a player if I feel like I have to overcome something. The game gives me a problem and I have to figure out a way around it versus me just, punching my way through. Um, but I don't mind games where you got to punch your way through. I think Monster Hunter Combat is the kind of where I lean when I think about combat in games. It's not particularly fast paced, although the more modern Monster Hunter games are much faster. I would still say it's not nearly as fast as like God of War or something like that. But yeah, I like the idea of preparation and having the boss not having a life bar, and the animation kind of supports how you read the boss, in the sense that you can tell just by the animation if it's injured or not. And I really like those kind of mechanics. The kind of mechanics in games where the player has to intuit them, versus you having an on-screen notification to tell you, hey, you should be paying attention to this. Like boss fights, I'm not a huge fan of hit markers or hit indicators. So like a boss summons and I get why you do it. So I'm not criticizing the approach, as I just don't like them because it's too, I guess it feels like it's too telegraphed, but that's sort of the point. So like when a boss calls down meteors from the sky or something like that, and you have these giant red targeting circles that show up on the ground to tell you where those things are going to land. Again, I get why they do it. I just don't like those, right? I'd like the idea of being able to read the animation and know where that attack is going to land, and then having to anticipate that. Yeah, I know why they do it, obviously, because you could potentially get stuck on that boss could turn into a wall, and it can feel unfair if the player doesn't know where those, for example, meteors are going to land. So I get why but yeah, I'm just not a fan of those kinds of telegraphs to the player. Where was I at? Have the combat toggle. Yeah, it's nice and planted too, like that. Totally. Yeah, I love the fact that like when Monster Hunter, you beat them up really, really badly, like things on them start to break, right? The horns start to break. It would be cooler. I mean, the tail is the only thing that you see that you slice and it goes flying off, which is super fun. I wish, though, in some cases, more of the tail would get chopped off, but it's usually like the tip of the tail, and that's kind of, it just feels, I don't know. It kind of breaks the whole epicness of the fights in Monster Hunter, just because these giant monsters have these giant tails, and all you get is a little chunk of the tip. Come on. But yeah, I love the fact that you can tell how injured they are by the drool, their limps, the way they run away from you and stuff. Again, if you're gonna go that route, it's gonna be more on the artistic side. You got to spend a lot more time communicating these things through the art, versus just like having some kind of on-screen visual display to say, hey, he's injured, for example, a health bar, right? Like that's going to save you potentially some time in animation, because now you don't have to communicate that through animation. You just have a health bar that shrinks over time as it takes damage. which is fine. I don't. Again, I don't have any beefs with these particular kind of mechanics. I'm just kind of expressing the stuff that I like to see. So yeah, so my brother and I are hoping to build some of that into our game. Some instead of just flat out, visual telegraphs, we're gonna have animated telegraphs. Health bars, I don't know. Maybe, I think so. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think people hate them, and I don't hate them. I just think if there's a way around it, that would be optimal. I think there's no way around having a player health bar, so we're kind of stuck with that one. But maybe we can innovate something, do something a little different for the boss fights. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think it's a solid way to approach it. I think there's sometimes no way around adding some visual effects to it, like uh also the amount of time that's going to be required to animate those things, right? So animation always takes time. I guess there's ways around animation. If you can find a mocap technique, you could probably get through animation really fast. Well, really fast is relative to hand animating it by hand. Just will take some time though. Yes, there are some alternatives to mocapping now that are actually relatively cost effective. So basically, there are ways now that you just use a regular camera, like your iPhone or something like that, set up into portrait, and then you film yourself, and it uses I can't remember which software it is, but it basically uses motion tracking software to match your uh, to match it to the rig. Let me see if I can find. Check out this guy's YouTube video. I haven't watched it completely, but there's some 3D tracking here, just from using videos, right? Now, I can't say for sure that you're going to be able to do a one-to-one capture in the sense that you can just go ahead, do your acting in front of a camera, capture it, and then plant it onto the rig. There might be some cleanup involved. Just looking firsthand at the intro to the video and the fidelity of the capture, it's probably not ultra high in terms of capturing finger movements, but you know, you're not going to be worried too much about finger movements. A lot of the time, especially if your characters are holding weapons, you just kind of put the hand into a weapon holding pose, like a sword holding pose, and you're pretty much good there, right? So, yeah, there are solutions for motion capture that aren't that don't require you to purchase the suit and the special tracking points and stuff like that. Yeah, the AI stuff is getting better. I mean, AI is a bit of a misnomer when we're talking about these image processing. I mean, technically, we've been using AI for any algorithm that does work for you is technically artificial intelligence. But they've been doing this kind of stuff for quite some time now. So this tech should be, it's not going to be perfect, but if you think about it, this tech was originally started coming out in 2012, rather 2010, I think that 5-year chunk between whatever Xbox Connect was coming out. They started doing some heavy research into it, but that tech has kind of continued forward outside of games and stuff. So it's pretty cool, right? Again, these are solutions because if you're gonna kind of do this as an army of one, you'll need to find solutions that will save you some time and produce work at a fidelity that at least is acceptable by your standard. Because just learning the process of, I don't know how much experience you have in animation or creating art stuff, but it's just time consuming. It's not even about quality. It's just purely about the amount of time you have to do. Because I showed some people the other day. We were working on a game originally back last year from I think around September till about January. We had another game that we were working on, which is basically a recreation of a game called Legacy of the Wizard from it was an old NES game. And so as I started designing the characters, and we were trying to go with, we wanted, because we were not porting it, but remaking the game from remaking an 8-bit game, we wanted to reimagine them, and we wanted to use some relatively high fidelity assets. So as I sculpted a scorpion, and I painted, UV wrapped it, retopped it, all the other things, rigged it, animated. But that whole process took a month, right? It took probably maybe a little bit, almost 5 weeks. So, and that produced one character fully painted, fully retopped, UV mapped, textured, rigged. Right, that took about 5 weeks, and that's just one character. Right, so if you have, it was bespoke, a relatively bespoke character, because it was an arachnid type, had 8 legs, and but the point is that if you do the math, yeah, right, your game never gets finished, right? At least not in any sort of reasonable amount of time. You're looking at anywhere between 15 to 20 years in order to develop all the assets and the code and stuff like that. So it just became unreasonable to take that much time to build one character. So realistically, what's reasonable for us to do one character is, including animation, it should take about, in this case, because we're reusing a lot of humanoid characters, so I do animation once. So if it takes me a little bit longer, it's not too big of a deal, because we're populating that across several different characters. But ideally, I want to have a character modeled, painted, and rigged within a couple of days, right? And the animation, maybe a week or two. But that is far more reasonable rate of completion of turnover versus 5 weeks or 3 weeks just to sculpt, model, retop, UV map, paint, rig. Right? So if I can squeeze all that down to 3 days, then I have more time to animate. It means I can have more complicated animation. While yes, the models, this is what they're going to look like, right? They're not going to be super high fidelity models, but they will achieve what we're trying. They will be able to do what we're trying to get them to do. And if we want to switch them out later, if we get funding or something like that, we can always do that. So it's not a big deal. The model itself is a superficial asset. What's really important is the underlying rig and all the stuff that goes on underneath, because that can be basically transplanted, right? So you can swap out, or that can't be transplanted, whereas you can swap out geometry at any time. Okay. Right on, dude. Yeah, probably the better way to do it than the way that we're approaching it right now. I mean, don't get it wrong. I'm willing to change anything. Any of the animations that I already have in there are still works in progress, so it's not. I haven't finalized anything by any measure, but yeah, seems like the right approach. Have you set yourself up a timeline yet? So when you're gonna start building like the prototype, like what pieces that you're gonna like, what do you expect to be by the end of your summer holiday, your summer break? Yeah, it's a pretty good goal. This should be doable. For mid-August, was it June, July, mid-August? So that's about 8 weeks. It's totally doable. I mean, when you say couple, I think you do mean couple. They're probably like 1 or 2 enemy types. Yeah, I mean, just getting them kind of working inside the space and some basic AI movement, just, you know, pathfinding and stuff like that. That can take a little bit of time to figure out, but that's totally doable. Okay, it depends on how complicated you want your assets to be, right? So, I mean, 6 to 8 weeks. Again, if I was working on my other project, that wouldn't even get me, that would barely net me 1 character animated, right? So you can see the problem that I was running into with that game. I mean, it could have been just a matter of just tuning it down and making it much simpler, but we decided it was better just to make the game that we kind of wanted to, we had been talking about, and the game that we kind of wanted to make. This way we're at least learning the things that, yeah, I wouldn't get too caught up. The only downside is, like, and this is just me, I don't want to project this on it, but this is just me. The only downside of kind of like doing a prototype and prototyping is that, yes, you don't have the fidelity of graphics or visual fidelity that you if you have a visual fidelity, it's easier to approach people, or at least people are more receptive to it. But then again, I could be wrong. I could be completely off base on this, because, you know, games like Schedule 1, which I gotta be like, I gotta be honest, like, these are not high fidelity graphics, right? Like, let me see what Schedule 1, and Schedule 1 is just crushing it. Yeah, I mean, they kind of look like South Park characters. Yeah, and they're all using the same rig, so yeah. So I suppose the designs have a certain kind of charm to them, right? So, I mean, it's a fun game, and that sort of, at the end, kind of trumps the graphics if the game is fun, right? I mean, RimWorld is, the graphics are not particularly good in RimWorld, but I play the crap out of that game, so. All right, so we got to do, I am working on the combat logic right now. I need to do a target lock system similar to Souls, like a Souls-like lock-on system. cool, dude. Yeah. No, we're kind of going with Victorian Gothic, with a Victorian Gothic style as well too. So we're going to be using guns or at least muskets. Early Victorian, I would say. Well, I'd say early 19th century kind of tech in terms of late 18th century, early 19th century gun tech. The muskets. No repeating or semi-auto guns. It's all manually musket-loaded pistols and rifles. That we have this as an initial idea because I just love the idea. I don't know if you've played Windrose, but they have a really cool mechanic. You know, you can add it as part of the combo. So you do your little sword combo, and then you pull out a pistol and you fire it off, right? Like, I like the visual look of that so much that I was like, ooh, that's cool. Let's see if we can implement that into our game. So yeah, I don't know. We're still discussing it, so we might just throw away guns altogether, just because guns are they're OP, right? Anytime you especially in a game where the primary combat is around melee fighting, introducing a gun mechanic into it is, I don't know, I just feel like guns are OP, and the expectation for guns in a game where there's only melee fighting would be that it's OP. So what we want to do is limited use, right? So in lieu of no casting, so there's no going to be, the player will not have access to magic. So in lieu of that, we thought maybe having a ranged weapon might kind of counterbalance that. Because we originally had an idea where we wanted this potentially to be like a multiplayer game, kind of like DayZ, only you're in a medieval world. But again, the guns would be OP. So if you were to fire a rifle, a musket, you're actually, I think, a fast reload time, or you could basically have upgradable reload time, but basically your initial reload would take about 25 seconds for a rifle to be completely reloaded and ready to fire again. So in a PvP situation, that would probably get you the ability to fire your musket once in an engagement. And they won't be, and we didn't want it to, and we're thinking it's not going to be super easy to land as well, because what we want to do is when you fire the musket, any musket, whether it's a pistol or the rifle, the gun should flare, right? So you get a big flare, which will indicate to the player, hey, you can dodge now. But it's basically a dodge indicator when you see the flare on the musket go off before the actual bullet fires, right? So. Oh, sorry, dude. Here, let me, I'm gonna share with you a little video. This is the game that I'm drawing a ton of inspiration from in terms of the visual aesthetic. I'm trying to craft a visual aesthetic for the game. So this is the little devil inside, and it's been in production for over 10 years now, and I think they must have hit some sort of production hell or lost funding or something like that. Originally it was supposed to be a PlayStation exclusive, but I don't know, things have changed. Anyways, so this is the visual styling we're kind of going for. And you'll see occasionally you'll see the gunplay. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff in the game where, like, for example, one of my favorite little mechanics that I was thinking I'd like to implement into our games, like, so when he swings his sword and he kind of he hits an enemy with it, the sword actually gets lodged into the enemy, and you see him like struggle with it, and I have to yank it out of the enemy, and there's this whole kind of visceral, weighty feeling that you get from it, and that'd be really, really cool. Like you don't see it too often. He buries the sword into an enemy, and then has to kick him off to pull the sword out or something like that. So we've been playing with ideas like that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's the visual engagement for us is really sort of it's gonna probably we want to sell it as much as we can in the animation, just because we are using a lot of pre-bought assets. And there's another direction to go. I mean, if you maybe pick up a part-time job so you can pick up some assets to work with. I wasn't too enthusiastic about doing it myself because I wanted to make all the assets myself. But I think, again, you know, we keep changing the scope and we keep changing what we can do in order to get to the end of the project, right? And I think at the end of the day, like, basically, so all of our biomes, we have all the assets we need for our biomes. We just actually need to go and put all the pieces together and build levels and stuff like that. So I'm pretty confident our levels or our play space is going to look fairly decent, which is why I've spent much more effort in the animation. Yeah, it's just a really nice little, you know, it's a nice little nuance, right? From the animation. It just adds this extra layer of I don't know if there is any mechanic built into it, which would be really cool. So if you get your sword lodged into an enemy, what would be really, really cool is now if you can manipulate the position of that enemy to block incoming fire, incoming shots, or incoming sword attacks or something like that, that would be epic. But even if it's just a little piece of animation that happens, I think it's really cool. For me, that I love stuff like that in video games, where they kind of add these little flourishes, little nuances, little bits of texture to the overall movement. It just gives it, I don't know, just gives it some more life, right? Just makes it feel more substantial. Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically it is just body shielding mechanics. So, like, even if you grab like a chokehold, and like in Splinter Cell, you grab somebody and you kind of point the gun over their shoulder. Um, Similar thing, just different animation, right? The tricky part is, I think it actually in Unreal, it's actually easier to do it. It certainly would be easier to do it in Unreal than in Godot, just because of the built-in systems. Because there is a way to basically sync two pieces of animation within a montage by basically using, I can't remember if it's called a lead pose thing. So basically you use one piece of animation to drive the other animations, so they're completely synced together. I don't know the exact terminology, but I know it's completely, but I think it's called lead pose something lead pose animation. But I'll be using the technique, for example, in this game, just because you see right now I'm using a full skeleton, a full mesh, just for visual representation. But eventually we want to make it completely modular so that all the body parts kind of have their own all the body parts are driven by the animation, but effectively exist on their own. So we can swap out the piece, each piece for armor and boots and stuff like that. So. Hey, Fearless Shadow. Thanks for the follow, dude. I'm doing great, man. How are you doing? Just working on some combat targeting logic right now. Just trying to work out some of the stuff that I get in here. Oh, nice, dude. What kind of game are you working on? I am working on a survival craft kind of action adventure game. Right now I'm working on a combat targeting system, so we want kind of like a Souls-like combat targeting system, so that you have basically free roaming movement. Right now I have basically we have free roaming movement when you're not locked onto a player, so he always faces the direction that you want to move in, so there's no strafing. And then once we go into combat mode, which I have a toggle right now, he goes into combat mode. So what I'm basically coding in right now is the strafing and the locked target lock system. But you can see once we're in combat mode, we move a little bit slower because I want the combat to feel a little bit slower, more methodical, more measured, and is going to require more planning and preparation versus, you know, hack and slash and smash your way through the level. This is very much you're going to get your butt whooped if you use button mash. So what kind of game are you working on? Oh, nice, dude. What kind of plugins are you making? I was thinking of doing some stuff like that too, because I recently found out that you can basically make widgets and have them function inside of Unreal outside of the actual game code. So I was like, oh my God, this is really cool. You can build all sorts of cool tools using the widgets and basically any kind of tool that you want now. Is that what you're doing? Wow, that sounds fearless. That sounds complicated. I have no idea. What is React? I just. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. I just didn't know. I had no idea what React was, so I was like, I should probably look that up. That's pretty cool, man. That's actually would be incredibly useful. Because we are just now starting to, well, at least my brother is now starting to work with more UI systems, particularly because we're building the inventory now. Right, at least my brother is building the inventory system right now, so it's definitely something that we are. Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to do it, man. Yeah, we're definitely going to be exploring HUDs and UIs and stuff like that in order to do the inventory system. We're still. Let me poll you guys, since I got a couple people in here right now. When you guys do inventories, or when you guys play games with inventory systems, do you like the Tetris style inventory like Diablo or DayZ, or do you prefer simple grid square icons to sort? Because the reason now, they both of them have different advantages. So initially, when we wanted to build the game as a potentially PvP, we wanted the player to have moments where you got to sort things, where there's downtime, right? So we wanted to go like a DayZ Tetris style, where you got to organize your inventory and make sure that you allocate the appropriate space for them, because it makes sense, right? Like if you're carrying a sword and a shield in your backpack, right? You need to allocate the appropriate amount of space, and that is going to naturally take up more space, a sword and a shield in a backpack, that is, than, let's say, a healing potion, right? So whereas the healing potion takes up like a 1x1 tile, a sword will take up a 1x3 or 1x4, and a shield will be like a 2x3 or something like that, right? So we were thinking that, or do you guys prefer just a single icon, square icon on a grid, on an equal sized grid? What inventory systems do you guys like? Or if you had to code a game, which it seems like people here, that's what they're doing, what kind of inventory system would you like to implement? Or what kind of system works best in your mind for an RPG? Yeah, I feel the same way. is it's just a little bit harder to code, and there's more requirements, right? So basically what my brother will have to do is code the inventory, and then he'll have to give me the parameters in order to render off the PNGs properly for the inventory view. I have not found an efficient way to I have no idea what he's I mean, I think we're using the, I don't know how much C++ is going to be involved on his side. I know he's using whatever widget system that Unreal has right now. I don't know if there's any sort of conversion that he's going to be doing, or if he's going to approach this in from any other angle. All I know is he's like, hey, I'm working on inventory now. So I was like, okay, I'm working on combat, just the combat targeting system. He will be eventually taking care of most of the combat logic in terms of like damage tables and stuff like that too. All the advanced programming stuff is going to land on my brother's plate, because that's his background, is in programming. And since my background is in art, all the more advanced artistic stuff I will be taking on. So, well, we appreciate it, Fearless. Hussar, sorry, buddy. I totally missed your message. We've been very active on... I missed your messages. We've been super active on Twitch today. Do we have combat already or not? No combat yet. I'm actually... How long have you been here? Okay. I'm so sorry, dude. No, I did get on earlier today, Hussar. I got on at 2 o'clock today, actually. So I'm slated to be wrapping around 6:30. Oh, that's weird. That's strange. I thought, I don't know, I started streaming just a little after 2 o'clock today, so I'm not sure. Maybe I have to send notifications or something. I'm not sure. But yes, I did start at 2 o'clock today, so we've been streaming for almost 3 hours already. We play Reanimal. No, I have not played this game yet. I'll have to check it out. And yes, no combat yet. What I'm working on right now is a combat lock system. So basically what right now I have to do, I don't have crosshairs in the game right now, but basically I need to fire a line trace or something that's going to be able to detect what my cursor is over. So whatever the crosshair, when I implement a crosshair, whatever that crosshair is over with some degree of error threshold. So, you know, you don't have to be 100% accurate with your mouse or your cursor in order to lock on. So right now, I think I have a radius of about 1.5 meters. So it'd be a total of 3-meter kind of search bubble where that line trace fires off of, right? So basically once it checks for an enemy. If it locks onto an enemy, then it can enter into combat mode, at which point you will then be able to have access to the dodge rolls, the straight, and all the different strafing animations and stuff like that. So that's where we are at right now. I'm still kind of working through it. I've kind of been running my workflow so here, I'll show you guys how I basically, because I'm really new to Unreal. So basically I have Gemini up here, and I have had to correct it a couple of times. So just so you can see how I did it. So originally what I said, okay, give me so basically I said, okay, I need a lock-on system. Here's what I want that lock-on system to look like. And then it spits out a thing, and then I read over the summary, or I say, well, give this to me as a summary so I can look at it as top level. So I do that. And then immediately I was like, oh, there's a problem with your logic. Right, so right away I was able to correct the AI. So change phase 2. This is an inefficient, sounds more expensive on resources. Here's how I think it should work. Let me know if you disagree. So then I outlined a way of doing targeting And it was like, hey, I completely agree with your logic and the critique. Blah, blah, blah. Your post is actually significantly more efficient. So hooray for me. I can think more efficiently than the AI. Yeah. And then it gives me an outline as to why my design for it is better. And then it breaks down the logic. So basically what I'm doing with the AI is giving it my ideas, telling it the workflow, and then it says, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Here are certain, so for example, I wanted to fire a line trace, and then I wanted it to create a detection bubble at where that line trace meets an object. So where it collides with an object, I'm gonna fire a detection sphere, basically a collision sphere that's about 3 meters wide. So it's like, oh, okay, so this is where you want to look. So then it looks for the target within a 3 meter radius or a 1.5 meter radius. If it finds something, then that's what it loads that whatever it finds into the target or combat target. And then I was realizing as I was working out some of the logic, I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense to enter combat mode before we've actually found the target. So I went ahead and updated it again. So basically I'm getting the process kind of nailed down in Gemini first, and then it kind of gives me an outline as to how to approach that. And then I go and implement that. So that is basically how a lot of how I've learned to code Unreal, outside of the Udemy classes and all that other stuff. But for anybody who is venturing into this, AI makes it much easier now to get into. Yes, just all it is helping, right? Because I know for a fact that I could get it to write Blueprint, but I'm not going to do that because number one, it feels like I'm cheating. Number two, I might be able to get away with cheating, but at the end of the day, the only person I'm going to cheat is myself, because I won't know what's happening and I won't know how to debug the problem and fix errors and stuff like that. So it's for me, it's really important for me to work with the AI to get the basic workflow and the theory and the system kind of worked out. And then once I'm comfortable with it, I then implement it. But you can see there's a back and forth that happens with the AI that allows me to correct it and allows me to theorize ideas that end up being more efficient than what the AI had originally conceived. On top of that, like having the AI there gives me a ton of confidence to try things in Unreal that I would not otherwise even consider trying. Yeah. So. There is actually, I was just, not that you mentioned it, there's actually, I can't remember who wrote it. There's a dude out there who's actually wrote an AI coding buddy that is a plugin for Unreal. And it will actually point you to all the things and actually show you how to get to the nodes and connect things properly. It's a little bit too, I feel like it drives a little bit too much. I haven't tried it. But just from what he was discussing, it feels like it drives just a little bit too much. So I've avoided using that. Just because, again, I believe that taking the hard route is typically the most valuable way to approach. At least that has worked out well for me in animation. I don't know if that's going to be that's going to hold true in programming. I feel like it should, but who knows? Okay, so we need to save all of this. I need to break this. And I'm going to save this for Move that in afterwards. So a sphere trace. Okay. Yeah, Hussar, if I can get the sphere trace working today, then chances are, I don't know if I'm going to get the actual attacking today, but I'm hoping to get into the combat mode today. So the attacks will probably start tomorrow because I actually have to finish some of the animations still on the attacks. Namely, the recovery after each attack. So you have the jab, but I also need a recovery animation in case there's no user input after, or the player doesn't trigger the next attack in the combo. I need to be able to reset the position, right? So we need to finish off animation for all of that stuff. This is working. I think it might be a bit big though. Let's try this. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a short break. All right, back to it. Let's see. So I have the trace working. I just needed to give me back a result. What's it actually hitting right now? Oh, it's hitting me. I needed to ignore me. Return something to me. Print screen. It's not returning anything. What's going on? Oh, because I have to actually. I'm an idiot. it should return my name. Wow. if it's firing that thing, then it means it's false. So it fires this. It found it. Hooray. That's weird. Okay. Started. Sweet. Works. So okay, so it hits, finds BP enemies, and if it's true, combat lock is on, and I need to so if it's true. Test that out. Nice. Good. Fearless, I am pretty happy with the results so far. So it looks like the search is working. It's returning everything I needed to return. So it finds a player. It's now basically stores that into a variable so I can find it again. If I hit it, it's just like a toggle, so it turns it off. So combat mode is slowly working. I just need to, the next step is to lock the camera onto the target, which basically I'm storing the, so when I hit the tab button, which is like a tab targeting, right, it finds BP skeleton and stores that into the variable. So now I have the position, now I can get the position of that and lock the camera to the target. This code is getting a little bit spaghettified. I'm just trying to figure out ways to organize it to make it look nice, or to make it at least readable. Right now it's quite terrible. Target lock. Searches for targets that are child of BP enemies. Take the enemy and we can combat. So that target. Check that I'm actually going to get location data. There it is. Perfect. Camera location. Point the boom arm. Point the boom arm to the same. Yeah. Okay, so. Location of the enemy. Need to update the combat state. Combat state. Is that it? Let me get the location of the enemy. I need to point the camera at the enemy. I need to point the player at the enemy. I need to be in combat state. Yep, that's it. I think that's it. Okay, so I need to introduce a line of sight. So I can't accidentally lock onto enemies behind walls. So I need to add an additional line trace. Line of sight lock. line trace has to look for additional logic sounds right, but I didn't have to tag everything. Consider it. Well, it's working for now, so I can add branch there. Yeah, let's save this on. Ooh, we need sorting as well. To do priority sorting. We could do this by measuring the distance from the yeah. That logic should work. Okay, I think we can call it a day. Pretty happy with how this is all turning out so far. So. Well, I don't know why sometimes this thing just lags like crazy. Maybe it's because of the playback here. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's my OBS, which is causing major lag when I... Okay, guys, I'm gonna call it a day. So we got the combat toggle kind of work in progress. It is working for the most part. I just need to finish out the code so that obviously we can start attacking. So I'm gonna get into the attack stuff tomorrow, I think, but I still need to update some animation to get that to work completely. So we might be in both Unreal and Blender tomorrow. But yeah, I'm happy with how everything turned out so far. So let's keep going. But that's it for today. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'm streaming every single day. Feel free to jump on the Discord if you got any questions or if you want to share some work. Yeah, otherwise I'm here every day. All right. Have a great day, guys. Cheers.